Hello, generic gamers. We are back with more Factorio Krastorio 2 Spaced Out Total Conversion mod. Probably going to do a little bit of a short stream today, as I'm not feeling great, but we're going to try to at least hit Corrundum, go over some things, work on a legendary factory that I've been working on. I was going to sit down and play a bit anyway, because I was bored, and figured I might as well pop on stream to do it instead. Working on Maluna to set up our legendary factory. The goal will be to pick up materials and bring them to Maluna to centralize all of our legendary stuff, and then do our legendary production here and pick up materials from here to take back to other places to use as needed. It'll be a little inefficient because we'll wind up like sending tungsten ore off of planet Vulcanus to here to get turned into things, and then send carbides off of here back to Vulcanus when we probably could process them on Vulcanus. Maybe we'll do that. It just seems a little easier to do it all here. A little more straightforward to have it just pick it up and bring it back. And we'll have multiple ships that are going out and picking up legendary items, and then multiple ships that are coming around and going and doing stuff, so that we can have very straightforward workflows. So what I've been doing is setting up a sort of storage repository. This section is all stuff that we ship in from off-planet. Like it's made on other planets. So there's some repetitiveness. So there's some sort of weirdness where we'll be making, like, that's not all just raw materials, raw resources. And then some of this will be things that get shipped in and made over here because we'll need them. And then this will be legendary mall. But what I'm trying to do right now is at least figure out what things we need to bring in. So these are all the legendary materials that we make consistently off-planet, with extras for stone, iron, and copper, because we make a lot of that. Coal we go through pretty fast. I think I won't need this many coal ones, and we don't make nearly as much of it. And then all of the Fulgoran recycling pieces, along with legendary imersite crystals, legendary holmium plates. Also, we have another way of getting legendary holmium plates, which is pretty cool. So I'm just working on, probably be a little bit quieter today on stream, just working on setting up all of the intermediaries that we'll need, along with getting certain things set up. Like we'll have to ship in some regular holmium, so we can have some holmium fluid, so we can make some electrolyte for being able to make legendary supercapacitors here. Just want to be able to doing everything on this planet versus some in other places and some elsewhere. So just shipping over just the raw materials that we produce. These are the ones that I still have to set up areas for. Like this one. So those three need a spot. I think we could probably put these three here. Are we melting rare metals yet on this planet? I don't know if we are. We can though, because we have some rare metal here. I don't think we're melting rare metals. We melt iron. We melt aluminum. We melt iron and aluminum there. Copper here. We're not melting rare metals. We need to set up a little rare metal melter, which we could do right here. I think we should enrich them, because we get some from this. We're just doing these. This is how much we've gotten over just time working on stuff. And I think from there we can go. We could just melt this down. We could always ship some in if we need it, but I think that'll be enough. These are all full, right? We can also be taking this and doing something with it. I don't know what we do with it, but we can do something with it. Oh, God, my face is just... Actually, you know what? It might be time for more meds. Give me 1 sec. Okay. I will also probably do a lot less narrating, so I can make it through the stream longer. Set it center up here. Right, we need hydrogen. Electrolysis plant. this in other places. This can also be made in an advanced chem plant. There. But this comes from an EM plant. That in okay. Crusher on me. Dude, just use this. It doesn't need to be a crazy crusher. Think. So I think we could just be smooshing this down at the end. There's not a storage for it. Let's take a storage box for it here. Then we just need some. How long does that take to recycle? Three. Okay. So let's do this. stone. I think we'll do this. Do it this way. Okay, so this is an even ratio. Where did my looks like it's seeded with water. It takes 25 water to make 25 water to make 25 dirty water. Okay. It's better because we want to make sure that it's making more enriched ore than it's using in regular ore. That'll be water for it now. I think we have to seed it with water. So it requires 100 dirty water. Yeah, we'll have to seed it with water. It should have plenty now in the pipe. I think that'll be enough. You need to have an input here. Probably come down like this. Splitter there, that goes like this. That one. Just bring our rare minerals down here. Oh, God bless me. I'm just gonna bring it in right here. This line, space. It won't really matter. That's where that comes in. Okay. apologies for all the nose blowing. Okay. Which one does this make more of? Makes more of that, so we need to put a flare stack there. I think we'll have to put one there. No, because it'll always use some of each of them. It'll be fine. I think it'll be fine. This needs to make sand for me, though. So we need to split that off. I think we can make it all the way under this. Yep. Okay, great. Now we just need to melt it. Oh, like... No, and I'll just melt it right here. I don't care. Actually, I can put it right here. Oh, I can put it right here, because this doesn't need to be... Oh, that needs... Yeah, that doesn't need to be there. Calcite. I could bring the calcite in. Sure. Oh, we could have just done that too. Yeah, let's do it that way. This is just as easy. I was gonna say I could just do half belt, but... Wonderful. Just need that for the immersite stuff, because the immersite things require melted rare metals and immersite powder. Another one of these here. Just trying to kind of lump everything in as close as I can. Oh, excuse me. Okay. Alright, so let's figure out. This one needs metal, iron. This one will need liquid iron. This one needs liquid iron and liquid copper, so we do it like that. Be able to do all of those together. One spot. Put them. Oh, I should have put them here, but instead, let's put them here. Then what do we put on the other side of those? Probably this. And these we have to do a little differently. This one happens here. along with this one. That's literally, we'll just do that so that we can make those other things later. Then this one is this is the harder one. This one we actually have to do some fancy schmancy stuff with. Those two, we can probably put there and there. So we'll have to do matter. And then these are the last two that are things that I don't have spots for. Oh, one of these can go up here. I guess I could put that one there. Oh, no, back one more. Goes there. Oh, this one. Oh, okay, hang on. Yeah, this one needs to go over there, so these ones should go over here. I think. Let's move that up one then. Just want. So then this pipe goes. Then we can go. Put that there though. Oop. Trying to share boxes wherever we can. This can be shared there though. Give the bots as few places they need to go as possible. There, that one goes there, goes. Well, those don't need an input, right? Oh yes, they do need an input, but they need a, yeah. Oh, actually, these ones need a special input. This one needs to have a thing I don't have on me currently. The way we'll do this one is actually like this. Oops, nope. These ones can share still. Right. Then we'll need to turn on hooks and controls for all of these as well. Turn it all on one at a time here. I need to go get the battery chargers and these. What's up, Wolf? How's it going? We're working on a legendary everything factory, and as soon as I get it up and running, we'll head over to Corrundum. Two of these, like the green ones. So what I decided I would do is use Maluna as a hub where we can ship in all of our legendary stuff and then set up one manufacturing hub for doing legendary intermediaries, because we should be able to do everything on this planet. Have to figure out where we're putting power and stuff. Oh wait, those are uncharged ones. Okay, oops. Yes, we wanted them to be uncharged ones. That's fine. We'll just charge them up first. How's your day going, Wolf? Mostly fine. That's good to hear. Oh, wait. That's a little bit of a pain. That doesn't quite work. You know what we could do is just do this. Oh, those have to come out of there. Ugh. Yeah, we'll just have to do this. Not sure which side that's coming out of yet, but goes there. Goes there. This goes here. Not over right now, actually. Nice. Congratulations on your streak. That's wonderful. Oh, right, it doesn't work if you do it that way. That should work. Okay, great. Liquid iron. We already have this here. Now I just need the liquid copper. That has iron. Iron. Does this have iron in it? No, it's iron. Okay. Liquid copper. Here. How do we want to bring the copper down? probably over and up. We can bring it this way. Excellent. Oh, the one I'm missing is... I see one I'm missing. I have to do it in this, so we have space for it. Let's do this here. Oh, put it right here. Oh no, it doesn't quite fit there. And everything else is doubled except for that one. Okay, that's fine. This needs to be... for this. Oh wait, no, I do have one for that. The copper wire is here. Yeah, okay. Alright, so the only other thing we need to bring in is this. Oh, we have two other things that do need to get made first, though. We do need this. We need two of these. Can I fit one of these up here? I can put one of these here. It's a little awkward, but... should, actually. Well, we can do this. Put over one. And then do... this. Because we need two of these. We need one of these here. Here, because this needs to be doing those. This needs to be doing those. You know what we could probably do, actually? I do... no. Oh, so this one has to be its own thing, too. Or we just do this, actually. Yeah. Oh, what's dying? Oh, Rubia. So, I made some adjustments, Wolf. I tried what you said. It still dies. Actually, we're going to save the game and load it here in a minute to see what caused it to fail this time. Yeah, I made a change. I'll show you here in a second. Maybe it'll be obvious when we get there what caused it to fail, but... I have to go to... I have to go here first. Is it obvious what caused it to fail this time? No. So I changed it. I set it up so that it used a double train setup with a comparator stack that launches the trains. It works better. Essentially what we do is we use this one to tell it what's our wait timer in seconds. That gets fed into here, converts our seconds into ticks. Then that gets fed into this guy to say, hey, this combinator says, hey, when it's reading signals from both train stations, so reading the train IDs. Train IDs always start at 500. So when both of them have a train at them, reading the train IDs, the T will be over 1,000. Start the clock. The clock counts up. Then this is when the clock is greater than or equal to the wait timer. Send a check mark, and our trains now have a circuit of go when check mark equals 1 and a fallback of 9 seconds in case I have to turn it off. Nope, inserters cannot be north-south. They can only go to the right. I'm not quite sure what caused it to fail that time, so we're just going to save the game here. What I'm going to do is save the game here again and load the last autosave. Just so that we can go to Rubia. Take a look at what... Let's watch it fail and see what caused it to fail this time. Oh, once again, okay, this is what causes it to fail. There's a... I know how to... I have a hunch how to fix this. So it fails when it's out of... When this is off getting bioflux. Sometimes it runs out of bioflux, like bioflux will spoil at the wrong time while it's out doing it. So I think the key to fixing this problem, let's load the game back to the one that we're... I think the key to fixing this problem is to take a buffer of it out of logistics. Because essentially what's happening is this is requesting 500. So it drops the 500 down. And then once it's out, actually the real answer is to have to have two ships running bioflux, so that we can send the ships, so that there's always a ship dropping bioflux off, so there's not a break. But I was thinking the other... first it was 300, then I set it to 500. It might just be that there needs to be a bigger buffer of bioflux. I didn't think it would run through 500 bioflux in the time it took the ship to go there, pick up bioflux, and come back. I'm wondering if there's a world where we... Let's just see what happens if we say, give me 1,000 bioflux. Or let's just dump this up to 700. Maybe 700 is the right number. This one is doing something similar, where it's saying, it's watching the contents of this machine, and saying, hey, if it's 0, start the timer. And then this one says, hey, if it's 0 for more than 6,000 ticks, then sound the alarm, which gives me enough time to get here to feed it before the eggs all hatch and it becomes a mess. They break things. My lasers aren't enough to kill them fast enough. But this runs quite well It's just now the bioflux problem. And I'm not sure what the bioflux problem actually is. See, like, what that problem will be, how we fix that. You'd think the engineer could come up with refrigerated boxes. That would be a mod I would do. Boxes that acted as machines that had a fluid input and output, and you had to feed it fluoroketone, and it used fluoroketone to make hot fluoroketone. So you basically had to refrigerate your boxes using fluoroketone. I would run those boxes. Well, we should be able to deep freeze them. That's the mod then. We have a deep freezer and a defroster object. So you can put them into the deep freezer to deep freeze them, to keep them from spoiling, but then you have to defrost them before you can use them. So it adds additional time to the system. Alright, back to this. Oh, actually, real quick while we're running around, let's go to Ceres. Ceres has a cool, weird little thing on it that we'll be able to do better once we have hydro plants. But we have this recipe for holmium recrystallization. Where you feed it holmium solution and holmium ore. So I actually have a use for all of the weird holmium ore that we're getting. I just grab it off of the planet here, put it in my inventory, and take it back over to our holmium upcycler and get some. Because our Fulgoran recyclers, sometimes they just randomly, create higher quality holmium ore, which I've never had a use for before, but now we can just go, here you go, feed all of that into the upcycler. You get an influx of pre-upcycled stuff. Let's take a stop over at Novice, get some more. How many of these do we have in logistic storage? Only 2 in storage. Cryo freezing eggs just doesn't feel right. I mean, we can do it in real life. And maybe every time you unfreeze them, there's a 25% chance that they get destroyed. Now the thing I'm debating with this is, do I want to do do I want to control all of these with a single combinator for how much of each item I want to have in storage, or do I do it per machine? I feel like one combinator is interesting, but at the same time, or do I just set up or do we do it even more wildly advanced and say, hey, we set up one set of factories that has a combinator stack on it, that we set a recipe for that, and then it triggers and says, a set of recipe, like we want 25 of X machine, and then it sets off and says, okay, we need this many of each item. And it just sets out, tells the legendary factory to make those items. I think if we just tell all the machines to have a certain back, it's the same thing. If we set all these to have like 1,000 of each of these items in all of our boxes, then we can say, hey, a machine is now asking for this. We need to do the nitric acid one. This one's a little harder. We should probably do... I forget. Can we do liquid? How hard is that to do liquid that into rare metals? It just creates dirty water. We can burn off the dirty water. Okay, so we have rare metals available to us. We have no mineral water, so we have to do mineral water, we have to do ammonia, and we have to, or hydrogen and oxygen. So I need 3 more of these, 3 more matter converters. Those are on novice. Man, the teleporter should really just be an endgame item in the base game. It makes playing the game more fun. Oh, we have a couple matter converters here, a couple green ones just in case we need them. Okay. Because, I mean, it's really the same thing as telling my ship to go pick something up and drop it off, just with less downtime. And when your ship has, you know, proper, like, the Venture could totally be doing this with all of our stuff. It's just so much more. Now I'm just going to sit here and wait for the ship to show up. Oh, my med should kick in here soon. And I'll be a little less drippy. But this is just so much nicer. Okay, so we'll do this here. We're probably gonna make... Oh, we need something that's making matter. So I need 1 matter. I need to go grab a matter generator. Since we need matter for a few things, actually. And I do need to turn this on so that this is working properly for copper as well. Oh, it should be working properly for copper. There's just enough copper in storage that it hasn't turned on to throw in more iron. Oh, these need to be... Reversed. Yeah. Okay. So far, everything's looking good. Yeah, I think we'll just set these to be each individual machine has a set backstock allowed. And we'll turn them on one at a time as we go here. Okay, so we'll take you. We're gonna put you here. Let's do this as well. Oops, wrong one. Okay. So, I need to go grab matter converters. Got an idiot line running here. No. Probably need a fair number of those. Probably not as many as I think I need, but enough. Alright, so what we're going to do here, because we need nitric acid, we don't have mineral water, we don't have ammonia. We do have the ability to make we take this and go here. We can do rare metals out of molten rare metals. That takes water and rare metals. And then we'll do this stuff, the electrolyte up here as well. So that just goes like this. Then we're going to take a flare stack. Just burn off the dirty water. Gotta bring the water over to there, don't I? This line. we'll just bring it all the way over. Oh, lame. Let's just move it down 3 then. Alright, so that's rare metals. Now we need a matter converter. It's matter intermediary products. We need one of these for, well, we need 3 of these. We need 2, 3. We need 1 for mineral water, 1 for nitrogen, 1 for hydrogen. These 2 go here and go into another one of these. Making ammonia. Oh. Lame. Oh, that's because that's not there. Then these need matter. We'll also need matter right here. So matter is also going to come like this. We need matter plants. Let's just take the 5 of them. Don't think we'll even need that many. We're going to do alumina into matter. 10 alumina makes 20 matter. 10 makes 3.5, not as good. 10 makes 5. This one's going to be the best one. By far. Yeah. That's great. Let's just do 4 plants. I need 2 more. We need 2 more. Yeah, and we can just bring it straight down there. Great. It's right here, right? Oh, well, we're belt weaving now. Great. Unintentional belt weaving. I personally just avoid belt weaving all the time. I don't know why. It just bugs me. Nothing against it. I just generally don't do it. Like, I could even be doing pipe weaving on this particular version of the game, because we have two different types of pipes that don't mix either. Okay. 20, 30, 40, 6.5, 6.5, 6.5, 2.6, 13.6, yeah, so this should be fine. We will actually keep a big storage tank of spare matter anyway. Reporting a pipe weaving bug before it was officially supported. Tried to do a weave where the inner undergrounds actually could not. The other did not like that. Yeah, this one has two different pipes. We have iron pipes and steel pipes, which are like, you know, just different types of belts. I think this is a good change. I think it should also be in the base game, but I haven't done any pipe weaving either. Yeah, having a second set of pipes would be nice to do some complex stuff, especially on spaceships, but I can understand not needing them. I don't, like I said, I don't think they need to be. I think if they added it into the base game, it would be perfectly fine and not feel overpowered. Just open up more options. Okay, so now this should give me all of the stuff I need for this. Oh, one thing we should do here, though. These can all have these types on them. Those can't have speed. I think heated pipes, but they need to be attached to your electrical grid, and they all take electricity. Would be fine, because it's actually how you heat pipes. You just run wire across it. You run electricity across it. Electrified pipes. Okay. Why don't we bring this oil down while we're working on other things? This is light oil. Light oil has its own spot, right? Or have we not done any? We never brought light oil out? Nope. Never had a reason to. Where is this going? It's coming over here. Yeah, so we can just bring it across right here. Okay. All right. I think everything is set up. I think right now we could turn some of these on. So let's just go through them one at a time as we turn them on here. You do until, well, sand is less than 1,000. Great. So we can do a request here. This one is requesting legendary stone, which we have more than God of. It's the one that we have the most of. You guys are already set up to do those, so we can request legendary coal here. And here. Oh, no, this one is legendary carbon, which is basically going to kick that one on slightly. Because legendary carbon is going to go down because we're requesting it for this guy. Okay, you. While... Oh, you also got the wrong recipe. So you, while... That is less than 1,000. You can run. So let's just request... that. That goes to you. Alright. You're on. We can request legendary sand here. Oh, I don't have a legendary glass one anywhere, do I? Oh, there it is. Yeah, it's up there. Okay. You request legendary quartz. You request, okay. Yeah, it's a little redundant that they could just be feeding out of that, but I'd rather just have it all. I'd rather not have to mess with all that kind of stuff. I'd rather just have all of my things going. Alright, so this is an interesting one. This is a recipe that is actually kind of nice because it allows us to not have to use coke. So this one should be legendary plates and legendary active carbon. We should have this running while legendary steel plates are less than 1,000, less than, I don't know, 5,000. Because we will need these for a lot of things. So if I turn this one on now, we also want to make sure that we get these in as many things as possible. That can't do it there. But we can do it there, 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 there. Can't do it on pipes. There. We're going to be a little short on these. We don't have quite enough yet. Okay. Pipes are the only one that isn't a material that we've actually got going on here. Because these are also all... We can make requests here. So this can request... This requests... Legendary... Brick, stone bricks. This requests... These are all set to not do anything to go crazy, right? This requests legendary concrete. This requests... This should be if it's less than 1,000. Less than 1,000? 1,000's fine. Because we'll be getting this in from other places as well. This requests legendary coal. I think we need to turn this one on. Just to get it started. This requests legendary activated carbon and legendary metal plates. This one. Yes, well, less than 10k, that's a proper number, because these get ripped through very quickly. You are requesting legendary plastic, legendary silicon, legendary glass. You are requesting legendary sand. stable while that is less than 1,000. Request legendary iron plates. You run while legendary iron beams are less than 1,000. You request legendary iron plates. We'll turn you on later. You turn on when this won't probably ever need to run. Less than 1,000. Probably also bump a lot of these numbers up later. We'll go through and tweak them per machine. That's why I was considering doing it with a combinator, but wasn't sure I wanted to run it that way. Okay, let's turn these on. While legendary those is less than 5k. Not 56. We'll do 5k for each of the circuits. Although I know that that's going to be the... This one's going to be the one that kills us. Kills all of our resources. I don't have any legendary green circuits. Let's go harvest those from locations. I think we have a bunch of legendary stuff on Gleba that we can bring in that shouldn't be there. That we had stored here from crafting. Yeah. And we can always bring in more of these. We get so many plates, and how many are we getting per now? Yeah, we get about two per second. The difference between these is the difference between epic and legendary inserters in the stack. What I also realized is that these could also then do a lot of other things. Because we could do coal this way. By building a whole nother one of these. Like, we could stop doing coal on Volcanus, which we might have to do. Because Volcanus's coal it takes a lot to do coal. But we could set up a stack where we have one of these, and then instead of this going into here, this goes into a matter converter. We convert the copper into matter, and then come back out this way and convert the matter into coal, and then scrub that coal. Unfortunately, we can't do legendary coal out of this because this doesn't use a battery. We can do legendary items out of the ones that take batteries. Like, we could just make legendary plates using legendary charged matter stabilizers. Same with steel plates, which we might do. We might actually just do steel plates using matter. That might be smarter in the long run, or as a supplemental to the activated carbon technique. In fact, that's probably the smarter way to do this, to do steel plates. But that's how we're going to be doing sulfur and sulfur, specifically sulfur and rare metals, because it's just easier to do it that way because we can get them. from epic charged matter stabilizers. But yeah, so we could take one of these and just convert all of these into it, and since it's a 10 in gets 5 out, 3.5, this is even better, 3.5 in gets 10 out. So going from copper to coal gives us even more coal than we produce in copper. We can't do some of the other resources though, because they, like, I'd love to be able to just scrub tungsten here, but we can't do matter into tungsten on this planet. But since this is free, and unfortunately we can't do like plates into matter, otherwise I would do plates into matter on Volcanus. What we can do is stone into matter, and then because 10 to 3.5, and then 3.5 into this, we could do tungsten ore that way, because stone is infinite on Volcanus. We may do that. Can we do calcite with any of them? We can do calcite. So we might just turn everything into stone to matter to another thing, so we don't have to set up mines for it. We just have to produce enough stone to turn it into matter fast enough. That's doable, and that's easily obtainable. We'll probably do that after Corrundum, or maybe after Meraxis. We should have enough of everything after we're done with this for a while. Let's just go to, like, if we go to Volcanus, I wouldn't be surprised if the calcite one is not running, because we probably already have 1 million stone. Nope, it's still running. We don't quite have 1 million stone left. Like, every one of these boxes is full, because 4 calcite turns into 150 stone. So it's like, oh, okay, that's pretty good. That's a pretty good rate. We'll just bring back some more. How much? This has started to run dry, so we're we ate this entire ore patch already. That's why I think it would be better to just do stone into coal. Just do a whole bunch of stone ones into different things. Ooh, what's not coming through here? I can't grab any more of that. Okay. Back to Maluna. And then we'll just drop one of these on Maluna. Because this is... Oh, those aren't connected to anything. That's 10 gigawatts of power. Or like 8 gigawatts of power. It's kind of insane. We'll never need to worry about power. Okay. Actually, the more I think about it, we could do everything. Hang on. We don't need the Gleba one, do we? We have this. On this planet, I can do copper, iron, coal, calcite, tungsten, stone, this. Once again, I probably should have just set up this entire... Like, I could set the entire thing up on Volcanus. This entire project could have been on Volcanus. Because as long as we have stone, 3.5 stone, 3.5 mounted to 10 stone. Stone's a lower quality. Okay, stone to coal makes sense. Oh, calcite requires a lot. Calcite tend to matter. And then matter back into calcite is going to be 20, so you need a lot of stone to meet the calcite demands. Yeah. So calcite's going to need, probably wants to be mined. We can mine that. Okay. Anyway, that's for another day, but it's an interesting thought experiment. GoBots, put my stuff away from me. Yeah, it really makes me think that maybe steel should be one of these. Oh, hang on. Enable while. It's less than 1,000. Enable while. Oops. Nope, that was still correct. Just hit the wrong button. Enable while. Less than 1,000. So these have a 99% chance to return the matter stabilizer, so 1 out of every 100 crafts that matter stabilizer goes away. But we'll be able to make these matter stabilizers as epic, no problem, here in a bit. So this is just going to be... Do we have pipe as a spot? Something that needs to be stored yet? Okay, so let's turn this one on. Enable while. Okay. Can't do anything special to that, so this one just gets turned on. Pipes are used in so many things. Oh, I found another one I forgot. So we'll have to expand this out even further, because I don't have... engines. We can put them here. We can always do more of it up here. That's kind of why we have this. So this needs to be legendary engine castings. And what else did I say? There's something else that I forgot. Oh, we might do one of these up here. Legendary steel instead of doing it here. We can do that once we get this turned on, though. Once we get these going to be... Oh, we already lost a bunch? We had 35. I now have 11, 18. Yeah, I guess we are losing a bunch with that. So that we'll have to make these, start making these pretty soon. That'll be easy enough. That'll be one of the first things we make. In the legendary mall, which will be here, it'll just be these types of buildings. But right. Do I have all my crystals here? I think I brought any of them. Let's go grab those. So the way I'm doing those is like this. I set this up yesterday. my little train has a new thing that just says, hey, pick up. This is just a very basic one. If the pickup station's not full and it's at this stop and it doesn't have any emergite, go pick it up. And then I've just got these out here that are scrubbing them and putting them in here. And when this is over 200, it turns on the train limit to 1, and that this guy will go up. And we're getting 2 of those, and then I think there's a box of them here still as well. I was doing it earlier. Oh no, I converted all of them. I had converted it all to crystals, which was a mistake, I think. But we can set up more of those Emersite scrubbers just by going out and dropping these things down on different places. I want them to be legendary, so that, because I think this one had, when I started this one, I think it had 800k. It's been running for 10 hours. These don't tell you how many items it's made. You should, though. These have all recycled over 1 million or so far. So we just take those out, drop them around. We have a few of these sites to go use. We got one here, here. These 3 are the ones that are being run actual base for the base stuff, which is, you know, there's still a bunch left. It's not as robust as I'd like it to be. Still have 10 million left here, and these are all at 50% resource drain, and they should be better soon because we'll get the legendary. These will be the first things we have. But yeah, then we've got them all around. We can also grab them from asteroids. I just don't really grab it from asteroids. Site drops everywhere. Just have to go set up for it. We could also scrub these. We could also turn matter into these. I just don't know what I would have an wood. I could do. I do wood into matter. We can do matter into. Oh, we can't do it into the crystals, though. Into powder. That's a shame. Because the powder takes forever to cycle down. That sucks. Yeah, so this is always going to be just sort of a... You have to set up mines for it. And we can't do wood to matter. We have infinite wood on this planet. Wood just takes water. Stop getting ourselves sidetracked. Back to the Epic Hub. Should be at a time. Let's some other stuff we have to recycle down just to see if we do have a lot of powder. So let's do these. Blue bile. That is less than 1k. That is the 1k. That is less than 1k. debating doing carbides here, considering carbides are only really used to craft big mining drills and foundries. Okay, let's turn these on. This can share, actually, because they both the same. Keeps crystals in business. Turn this one on because this requires power. Yes, we can turn on. Get the power. This makes both powder and crystals. That just needs to be started. Inserter. Oh, that makes imersite powder and legendary sand. Okay, so this is going to request powder. Out of powder. That's what I was afraid of. Alright. Let's go set up another crystal farm. Or actually, the thing I want to do first is I just want to make a couple of these. Oh yeah, we will. These just take crystals. That is less than. Less than 200. Just one stack. We can put all of it. So. Oh. Let's turn you. Pretty sure that each of those on this. This. This one. Go. Excellent. There. Probably should. This way. Copper. We also need silicon chips. No, we have those there. Probably turn this on. Slow is the part that's slow. So we're just trying to get another one of these made. Need steel bolts 50. Electric ants. The way to make electric ants here is going to be using one of these. Set this up and keep it set up. Have lubricant low. Just need to. Yeah. It already comes down to here this way. Oh, I have 2 raids. Hello. Long string of letters and numbers. AM9 and Super Commander 8. Welcome, welcome. Let's give shoutouts to you both. I'm not quite sure how much longer I'll be going. I am not feeling great. I only plan on playing for a little bit. There's a shoutout for... Oh, am I on mute? No, I'm not on mute. I don't think I'm on mute. I can see my mic going. Oh, we have a Factorio and a repo player. Wow. We have just both rated me at exactly the same time, I see. How were your games? How was your Factorio Commander? And how is did you successfully make the company happy, AO9? Repo is a lot of fun. Repo's a good one. Played a bunch of it with some of my friends when it first came out. Haven't looked at it much since, though. Currently, we are working on our... It just got a big update the other day. What was the update? What did they change? Right now, for those that are coming in that don't know me, I am Generic Gamer Guy. You can call me Eric. Normally I'm a little bit more talkative, but I have been under the weather the past few days. I have a little bit of a head cold. Excuse me while I blow my nose. I mostly do factory games and colony sims. We do a lot of right now we're in the middle of a Factorio Krastorio run, which is just a basic, huge, big total conversion mod that does a whole bunch of different things for us to work on. We have a bunch of modded planets in it as well. Right now we are working on our legendary everything factory. I need more of those. I want to see if I have any more of those available on Novice. Probably not. I do not. Let's see if I have any hiding away in machines that don't need it anymore, because we are moving the machines to other locations. There might be some on Volcanus in machines. What we're working on right now is just making a space where we can collect... We have a few different legendary material generators around. We've got our ore scrubber on Gleba, which just takes fruit and turns it into ore, and then that ore goes into recycler stacks, which gets me legendary ore that we then convert into plates. This is giving us... we take the ore, we enrich it, because it's something you can do in Krastorio, and then turn it into plates. We're getting close to 2 per second legendary plates out of this build. And then we have Fulgora, which is doing other legendary stuff just by doing legendary stack recyclers, which go through and make this. So this is all sort of spread out. And then Volcanus has a similar thing where we've got calcite being scrubbed to become legendary and then just burned off and turned into legendary stone. Same with coal. Our coal one needs an upgrade here pretty soon. We've run out of a coal patch. We're going to do coal in a different manner. I'm going to do coal using matter tech. I think on my next attempt, we're going to just make a bunch of stone, convert the stone to matter, convert that matter back into coal, and then pump coal through that so that it's an infinite supply so we never have to worry about it. But because we've got things all over the place, we're sort of centralizing it all on Maluna. They added cosmetics and vehicles, plus lots of little stuff. Vehicles sound like it could be fun, although the maps are small. Yes, so Krastorio is essentially... Krastorio is this stuff. To be honest, Krastorio is this purple stuff. This purple stuff is Immersite. It gives me access to essentially upgraded chemical plants and assembling machines and furnaces, better of each of those, along with some like gas stuff like atmospheric condensers to make different gases. And then the crazy thing in Krastorio's endgame is this is standard. This is I have one of these. This I developed in my normal Space Age game. This is an inline recycler that allows me to pump ore through and scrub it down until it's legendary, and it just goes. I built this in my base game. Granted, I don't have these greenhouses in my base game. We actually did real farms, which was a bigger pain. But this makes enough to make 8 full belts of each copper and iron, which go into our scrubbers. The only benefit on this, other than being able on Krastorio, other than being able to make the greenhouses, is that I can enrich the ore so that my ore becomes more valuable. Like this is currently taking 9 ore and turning it into 15 enriched ore, and then that 15 enriched ore is getting turned. Each enriched ore gets turned into 3 plates. So we're basically doubling here and then doubling here again. So each piece of ore is 4x on the plates, which is really nice. Same on Fulgora, this legendary stack inserter. This is in my base game. All my legendary productions are the same. The big difference is that's going to happen is I can show you kind of on Vulcanus. Normally we would just throw all of our stone into the fire, right? You make your stuff and you send your stone out to the fire. Well, there's matter converters. In Krastorio, you can take any base material and turn it into matter, which is a liquid, gets stored, and then you can turn that matter back into other items. So right now on this planet, all this one is doing is currently making matter cubes, which allow me to store matter as a solid object, and then I can ship it around. Instead of wasting my stone, we're just getting ready to be able to make a bunch of matter. Can't do everything, and you can't do everything on each planet. Just drop these down. We can take any of the base materials and turn it into matter at different rates. So like copper, 10 copper ore turns into 5 matter. 10 coal turns into 3.5 matter. And then we take this one and we can convert it back out at the same rate. So what we'll do on Vulcanus is make enough stone to turn into matter, to turn back into coal, so that we don't have to mine it. We can also do the same with the tungsten. It's just tungsten would require a lot more stone, a lot more matter converted at the same time. Doable, but it does mean then we don't have to, same with calcite, it does mean we will never have to actually go mining. Again, we can just make stone from our, well, I guess we'd still need calcite in order to make that much, to make the stone, but that's a very small value. So that'll be late game. We're doing the same thing with our Immersite crystals. Everything with Immersite is we get these, we get Immersite. Immersite gets crushed down into Immersite powder and sand. That Immersite powder gets turned into crystals. These crystals then get built into materials like energy control units and AI cores, or the powder gets turned into plates and beams and gears, just like plates would. We are currently doing the same thing out here, where we've just got a little scrubber that's feeding a remote thing with a train, and when this gets to 200 in it, it turns on this train line, and my personal train is currently just running around and picking it up when it's got some available to it. We are currently just a little short on our Immersite currently, because I crushed too much of it down at one point into crystals, so I don't have enough powder. So we're just prepping building another legendary mining drill so that we can set this up. But what I want is more of these, more of my legendary. We're not going to be making those yet, so we can take those out and put these in there. Also not going to be doing silicon yet, so we can take that out and put it in here. And this is now my little legendary factory that all of these have limits, they run, then we throw them into our large boxes just to store our stuff. Look, I can take my crystals here. Where are my crystals? Crystals, I think, go in this one and that one. Drop my crystals off. Those will now get picked up and turned into powder because I'm short on powder. I have 2,008 crystals, but I don't have enough powder. So that these can catch up to their numbers of gears and stuff. Yeah, the mod pack also then consists of 7 modded planets. We have done all but 2 of them. We were hoping to go to this one today, once I get this factory online. But the modded planets we've done were Pelagos, which is a planet that's all about growing coconuts and making oil and turning and machines that you have to run on volatile gases or liquids because the locals get angry at electromagnetic waves instead of normal pollution. And we have boats that go out and pick stuff up from off-sea mining drills, stuff like that. Then we have yes, so you have to actually have all of these special machines that burn fuel to run, so they're not taking electricity. Because on our map of Pelagos, if we show the EM waves, that's our EM waves, and it's very difficult to defend your shipping lanes from the copper spitters. The copper spitter biters kind of thing, so keeping this low is very good. You want to see a crazy mechanic, though. The first planet we went to is Rubia. This base looks like a mess compared to a lot of my other bases, because Rubia has a very unique mechanic. Let's just go out here. You see these things flying around? These are trash droids. They hit all your stuff, but you can also see this wind that's flying by. Well, Rubia is a very windy planet. So windy, in fact, that it blows all of your belts and inserters to face specific directions. Notice there is not a single inserter on this map that goes anywhere other than right. If you try to place an inserter up, the wind blows it. Try to place it down, the wind blows it. Try to face it that way, the wind blows it. You also can't use logistics bots. They get blown away. Construction bots will place things, but you can't place any logistics boxes on here. Won't let you place requester chests or provider chests or buffer chests. You can place storage chests for construction purposes. Same with belts. Belts can go left, they can go down, they can go up, but if I try to make it go right, it blows my belt. Splitters can only be done in an up and down, going to the right direction. So you have to kind of build this whole crazy thing, and you have to also build gun turrets to protect yourself from the trash droids. Because you can't just shoot them with lasers. You can, later on when you have the power to do so. But you need to have some of them get blown up because these things pick up the chunks, and you need the Kryptonite from the trash droids to make science and Kryptonite frames and stuff. This planet also has the greatest song. You'll notice this. This train's whole purpose is to go from here to take overflow and bring it over to here. Because I can't belt it that way. We have a science here that literally, this science requires biter eggs, iron bacteria, and brown froth. Well, I've unlocked the ability to make this stuff on another planet, but I can't refuel this. So this is literally just feeding bacteria into this train so that these sciences can grab it from this train. And then every 8 seconds they swap places so that this has bacteria in it that it can refeed into my Gleba machine. This planet is wild. And its whole thing is taking stuff and yeeting it into space. This is just yeeting stuff into space because I have so much extra spoilage. It was probably one of the most fun engineering challenges that we've done so far. Then there's Ceres, which is like a combination of Fulgora and Aquilo, where everything's frozen, and you have to recycle nuclear scrap to get items. And then there's this really cool mechanic where, see these pink orbs? Well, they fly across the map, and if they contact a box that's got uranium in it, they can explode and turn them into plutonium. And then that plutonium is used to power the Fulgora's reactor. It's a little different, Wolf. I noticed, I don't know if you were here when I went through this, I did this with some belts to test. You can't have stacked belts because if it changes one to a plutonium, it blows up the whole stack, right? It doesn't just add one into the stack. You lose all of the other stuff. What I also realized was that these polarity rods, when I was looking at them in the thing, they had this max voltage value that changes with this, and I was like, is that a standard thing on accumulators? And it is not. Higher tiered charging rods pull and push at greater values. So I actually wound up putting 2 legendary negative ones and a legendary positive one here, which helps increase the spin rate on them when they come in, so that they get more movement as they go through. It really helps, like, when they come through here and they start to, like, not really get pushed in, this really whips them in like this to help pass them through that thing. Yeah, and with a new design, we're now up to we were at 5.2. I doubled it to 10 just by making that small adjustment and adding some more boxes out in the front. But overall, this I still think is the most effective design. I went even looking for other people's designs online, and nobody has a better one than this. Everybody else's is just like, yeah, I made a box that's just flat, and I hope that they fly in. I was like, this is, if you tiled these across your whole left side of your map, you'd get a ton. This would be easily the best design. And I do actually think it would be better with all boxes and not any belts. So there was that planet. Then there was Mosheen. Mosheen is a planet that has another sort of multi-ore. It has a bunch of different things in it, including neodymium. But the neat thing about neodymium is not actually, you don't need as much of a buffer because you can't do stacked belts with them. So it's 1/4 of what we were of what we were originally thinking. So it's only like 200 in a box, 250 in a box. Because if you do stacked belts, every time it converts one to plutonium, it blows up the entire stack of uranium, which you wouldn't want. That's why that belt is unstacked. And by the time you walk away from that planet, you have I think I have a 100K on that planet now. This neodymium is a weird material, so this yields different percentages, but neodymium comes in at, this is actually 0.001%, but every time it does it, you get 1,000 of it. So you end up with a lot of neodymium. We should probably be recycling it. Currently, we're turning it into matter cubes because I didn't have anything better to do with it at the time. But you wind up having to create unstable AI cores, and then training them in these by feeding them in, and then every time you feed one in, it has a chance to go up a tier, or go down a tier, or stay the same tier, or turn back into an unstable one. So I built a whole system where we take our AI cores, and then this is a whole setup where each of these requester chests, these check for what's available in this box and set the requester to the highest available tier that we have available to us, and then the requester asks for it, and then it feeds it into this as soon as this says, hey, are you working? Or if there's anything inside of it, if there's nothing inside of it, make a request, and then it just sort of feeds it through, and we go through and you upgrade your cores through it. We have more tier 10 cores than I know what to do with currently. But then you can turn these tier 10 cores into these special new types of modules that give you speed, productivity, and lowered energy consumption, but can only be used in research labs and science labs. And research labs are a special lab type in Krastorio. You don't make little vials of science potions. All of your science is a tech card combined with some research data to make a special tech card. A blank tech card with that research data to make that type of tech card. And you make tech cards, and that's what you're actually researching with. So, yeah. That's what we've been up to. Any other planets that we've done? Nothing else special. Oh, Maluna's just the moon. I forgot that this isn't a base planet. You don't have normal resources on this. You mine asteroid chunks and then have to process the asteroid chunks down. So we have a big lab for this, and this is just currently where we're setting up our legendary production, because it is where we can centralize it all, because rocket launches from this planet take half as many materials. So if we centralize everything from here, then any planet that needs to request it. It is great. This is the mod pack I'm using with all of the recommended planets and mods. In the next few months, I think that there will be 3 additional planets that work with it. Somebody was asking me, who do you think's job it is to keep everything in line, Krastorio or the planet modders? And the answer is actually the guy Null. You'll see that one of the recommended mods is Null's K2SO. Actually, the answer is neither, Wolf. The answer is there's another guy named Null, and Null has Null's K2SO tweaks. His whole thing is he takes other mods. His whole mod pack is designed to make Krastorio compatible with other people's mods. So he sort of built an intermediary layer, and he goes through and makes his own mod pack to make it all go. What's up, Gets Jam? How's it going? I'm not feeling great, but I wanted to show you something, because you haven't been around to see. We started doing bio recycling tech on Rubia, And it is a really cool looking build that I think you'll appreciate. Check this out. This... hang on, let me just go... We'll just go there real quick so that I don't have a... so that we can zoom in and look around properly. We're working on our legendary mall at the moment. But we'll probably take off for Corrundum here in a second, and then leave so that I can work on Corrundum during the days without feeling like I left everybody in the lurch. Okay, so this is the biorecycling plant. We take in spoilage into a basic nutrient generator that gives me nutrients from sludge. And bioflux and eggs. Those come out of here and come straight across. The eggs go under to over here. The same with the bioflux. We have our shipped in from Gleba. This, the bioflux, but not the bacteria. The bioflux is because you can't get it anywhere else. This bacteria, however, I don't know how you would do... Well, I do know how you would do this in the base game. In the base game... or in... Well, I guess technically, if you were just doing... I mean, if you're just Rubia... to seed this, if it fails, I just run to Gleba and feed it more. But this generally doesn't stop running. We feed nutrients and bioflux into this train. Then this machine picks those up and makes the bacteria and puts them onto this train, where these machines pick up nutrients, bacteria, and biter eggs. And then every 8 seconds, this is a controller that basically says, hey, set a timer for 8 seconds, convert 8 seconds to ticks. If T is greater than 1,000, meaning both trains are there, start the counter. If the counter is over 4,800, send a check mark, and then these will go and check mark, so it keeps them in sync. Thank you so much for the follow, AO9. I appreciate it. So every 8 seconds they swap spots. So this is feeding the bacteria onto the train so that these can use it, and then it goes over and comes back over here to refeed itself. This will fail. I've seen this fail a few times now, where, well, at first, these hands are also say, please don't eat all of my bacteria. This pulls off iron and spoilage off the train. We put spoilage onto the train, there and there, and then this one just pulls it off and goes here. All the spoilage comes down and gets stored over here. The iron ore gets yeeted away. This spoilage stays over here, and this train sticks around until it's out of spoilage, comes over here, picks up the excess spoilage, and comes on back to feed this machine. It tends to break if I run out of eggs and bioflux at the same time, and it takes too long for my ship to go and get bioflux back to keep this running. So I have a little alarm here that basically tracks to see if it's got 0 bacteria in it. It starts a timer, and after 6,000 ticks it starts screaming at me saying, hey, this is going to break and all the biter eggs are going to hatch and we're going to have a bad time. I've tried doing this and changing the numbers on this. We're now up to, we started it at 100 request of bioflux, then we went to 500, and now we're at 700, and it seems more stable, but I'm not entirely sure. We'll have to see. But yeah, that's how this runs, and it's been running. Well, let's put it this way. We've almost finished all of the bio chamber productivity bonuses. We're now at this one, which takes 1 million of these. So it's just been running. I thought it was a very, very cool looking build, and it's scalable because I could just copy and paste this over, and we specifically left a tile there, and what could be technically we can do this, a tile here, where we could add splitters so that we could take bioflux and eggs further over, and then just take these and tile them along, so that we could do this and then move our science pickup further to the right if we needed to. And the only reason I really wanted to make one of these so that it worked was because Guts Jam, since you were saying that you've already figured this, you've already seen this, I won't get the opportunity to do the secondary landing space until I get Promethean Tech, and it was going to require 250, and the Biofuse Promethean Science, which makes Promethean Science more efficient, will cost 2.5 million. So I was like, alright, I should probably get this running. Plus, biochamber productivity up to an additional 50% is pretty nice. Although it broke all of my machines in Gleba, because all of my little, like, perfectly matched science machines here are no longer perfectly matched because I'm actually getting better outputs and rates than the eggs, so I have to come by and... I already had to futz with the module configurations in these once because it got so bad that I was just having biter explosions. But yeah, so let's see. Last time you looked at working up on my overall mod, narrow gauge rails was impossible. Yes, well, rails... The problem with rails is they're on a separate grid, and they will always be on a separate grid, because that was changed in... that's actually an old change. That was 1.1 when the rail overhaul happened. And I'll credit Wolf for the two train design. I originally had it just doing on one train, where this one was like at 4 seconds, and this one was at... I think I had it at 6 and 10. And then I was like, well, maybe I can just adjust that to add 2 seconds here and take off 2 seconds here, and it worked way better when I matched these up. And then even better when I built this little combinator stack to ensure that they stayed in sync, because they were experiencing slight amounts of drift. They're also modded up so that they have a lot more acceleration. 4 trains I don't think would work, because you just end up with time. I mean, maybe if you did 4 trains and had even less and then put stops up here, but I don't know if I could... I don't know if there's a good equidistant place between here and here to do stops. 4 trains when I tile this over and make a second one over here, if I ever decide to do that. And currently, before we go to Corrundum, Jets Gem, we were working on turning Maluna into our legendary hub. This is my legendary factory. We have materials for just about everything that we make. Waiting right on the butt. Then it would sit there, like, you'd want them all to travel the same distance. I don't know. Maybe a second train. The thing is that since that stuff spoils in 30 seconds, I don't necessarily know that it would be much better or more efficient. Because right now those machines don't stop. Because generally when this one takes off, these are still running with what was left. By the time these ones arrive. So there's not a lot of downtime. Right now it's just... I don't know why that's... Oh, it's actually the amount of eggs it's getting is slowing... Oh, it's this that's slowing it down. These go faster than this does. Because I can't... I'd have to... Like, I could... What I could do is take this out of here and move this to here. and then just have these come up really the answer, yeah, that's the answer. The answer is to take this and put it here, and then just put these out onto a line with this, and have this pulling in from over there, so I could add more of these. A fix for another time. Right now I'm fine with it doing it. The slowdown, the speed of the latency on it right now is literally just the speed at which I can actually make 1,000 of them to ship back. Or 2,000? How many am I asking for? Actually, I might be asking for 3,000 now. I need to fix that. It should be... I did it because I let it run, or I wanted to I walked away at one point. Yeah, this should only be 2K. Biofused tech cards? That the right one, or am I on the wrong one? Yeah, biofused tech. Yeah. You just didn't have enough for me to actually pick up a rocket? Why did you not do that? Oh wait, is that not on? Okay, biofused tech cards. Maybe you just left too soon. Anywho. Need to work on this real quick. We were working on getting this going. This needs those. We have that now. This needs power. And request legendary activated carbon. I just wanted to get this running because I wanted to actually be able to set up another mine. We don't need 1,000 of them. Do we need 1,000 of these? I guess they just take coal. Let's just do 500 for now. I'm really delaying other planets because I'm not feeling well, and I don't know that I'll stream much tomorrow. I actually really want to go to Corrundum right now, though. Oof! Never finished the ship, and my friend hasn't made any effort to try to play, so I'm okay putting it on pause. Plus, I ripped a tooth. How did you do that? That sounds painful. So yeah, this little legendary thing takes... these are all resources that we ship in, or that come in from off-planet. These are all resources we're making on-planet. We should just move that. We should not have any resources stored here. This should just be this, so that when I'm looking for things, I know exactly where they are. And you should only run enable while this is less than, I don't know, 500? Sure, 500 sounds good. Because all you're taking is this. All this takes is coal, copper, and iron. How much coal do we have? Plenty. We have a plan to get better throughput on our coal. I realized what I should be doing is, instead of mining coal on Volcanus, which will run out like this giant coal patch did because we ripped through so much of it. What I should be doing is what's renewable and doing on Volcanus big stacks of this. Stone to matter. Matter to coal. Considering 10 makes 3.5 and 3.5 makes 10, that is a perfect ratio. I can just make lines of coal, convert it to matter, convert it back to lines of stone for free, well, with very minimal calcite, turn it into coal, and then scrub the coal so I don't have to go mine coal. And we can do the same thing with on Volcanus. We can do the same thing with tungsten ore and legendary calcite as well. So it might just be make as much stone as possible. You got your what from the ship? Your legendary coal? Yeah, we're not doing asteroid casinos on this, though. In fact, just to make sure we don't ever try to do asteroid casinos, we'll turn this on real quick. Yeah, no asteroid casinos. Basically, I want my game, like, I have a hunch. It's kind of been hinted at that that will be taken out in 2.1 along with the LDS shuffle. So I like to showcase legendary techniques that can be done in base game, which really currently all of our legendary materials are almost all. The only ones that aren't right now, the two that we have that aren't available in base game are rare. Well, one. I have one because we are using legendary charged matter stabilizers. Some of the matter to item recipes require a matter stabilizer, which gives us a solid material to input so that we can output legendary. We are doing rare metals because it's just easier. I don't want to scrub rare metals. I don't want to make a bunch of rare metals. I could do it out of wood to make it infinitely renewable, but that's a big build, and I don't feel like doing that. And then I'm also doing sulfur, because sulfur's just the easiest. That's the easiest way for us currently. We could, I think, do it later with I mean, we could do it. We could just crush enough sulfur and then scrub the sulfur, although I think sulfur scrubs at a very slow rate, right? It doesn't recycle at a point. Yeah, it's twice as slow as normal ore. So yeah, so we're just doing sulfur this way, although I don't really know what I need legendary sulfur for. But we have it. Oh, you know what? I didn't put a box down for it, so that legendary sulfur ended up somewhere. I also don't even really know what I need it for. Maybe legendary explosives. down a box for those? I guess I did not. And to get legendary lithium, we'll go grab a stack of legendary lithium right now, just so that we have it here. Yeah, I hope so too. I'm guessing, so the things I think that'll come in 2.1 are, if we look at 1.1 as a point of reference. Also gotta go, it made some legendary. Made a little bit of this and put it over here, okay. If we look at 1.1 as a reference, in 1.1 their big thing that they overhauled was trains, and the way that train logistics worked, and the way that rails worked, and they did that again in 2.0. But I would suggest that other than LDS Shuffle being removed, that one might not get removed, actually, because it's such a high-end end-game tech that it might be viewed as fine if you're that late in the game, whatever. Or it might just put a cap on productivity at just below that. Astrid being able to put quality modules in crushers, I don't think will happen. I think that we will get a change to interstellar logistics, where I think we'll get a building that allows us to set requests on ships. Phew. Yeah, so what you do with the LDS Shuffle, actually, hang on, I can just show you. It might break, everything might break here. Well, it will break. But I can show you, I have it in my old game. And I'm standing right near it. So this will break because of, I don't have the mod, because I've got all of the mods on it, so I haven't loaded this one since we put all the mods on. But it'll still function for a demonstration. Something will crash and I might run out of power. But it's right here. So the way it works is you feed legendary plastic into... first off, you need to have your plastic bar productivity at... I think it's, yeah, plus 150. I actually might not be high enough on this. There's a certain level for that and a certain level for low density structure. Oh, it's actually LDS. Your LDS productivity needs to be capped. Or at a point where this ends up at the productivity limit of 300%. Like we can see right here. Because what winds up happening then is that each time you put a... This makes 17.7 using 22. And then when you recycle down that LDS, you end up with more the same amount, you end up with more plastic, or the same amount of plastic as the amount of plastic you put in, but you also end up with copper and steel. So essentially, you make a little bit of legendary plastic using legendary coal, and then that recycles through so that it just and you refeed the plastic back into these, so that you have infinite copper and steel. And then in the base game, steel can be broken down into iron, I believe, right? You can recycle it down. And then everything is just getting destroyed. What's getting destroyed? Oh yeah, these ships are just all being blown up because they don't function properly. Yeah, the biggest problem with it is then you basically have to take legendary copper and steel and just dump it into the fire, because you end up backing up on one or the other. But you end up with so much of it that it's not even, that it's just ridiculous, right? You never have to do anything. And then my asteroid casinos, which, if they're even running, these are my asteroid casinos, where I bring in... Mine work a little bit differently than other people's. I've not... granted, I haven't looked at a whole lot of designs, but mine have... I think the Astro Casino is even worse than the LDS Shuffle, because this requires no research. Oh my gosh, everything's just breaking because everything is being destroyed as it... Okay, great, it's dead. My scrapper, I called them scrapers because I thought it felt like I was scraping asteroids as I went through. Mine have little stacks that actually change the recipes based off of what's directly in front of it. And then it comes down and gets filtered off the same way. But this way I don't have like sets for each one, so I don't really care what asteroids you pick up. I will just change my... They automatically change based off of whatever asteroid is in front of them. And then they feed out to drop down there. If they're not, you know, if they're normal, they go back up onto the line. If they're not normal, they drop down onto the green line. Jesus, all the ships are just dying because they're all... Stop going anywhere. I don't need you to go anywhere. Yeah, I mean, yeah, and you can just drop these together forever and keep dropping them down and dropping them down and doing it. I don't know. I think both of those will go. I think there'll be an overhaul to interplanetary logistics. I think that there will be... I think that there'll be another planet added. Would not surprise me if Maluna, something like Maluna, just becomes a norm. Or they add enemies to some other planet. Because I do think that some of the planets feel a little sparse. Hard coding and quality would be good. What do you mean? Like what sort of hard coded stuff? Give me a second. This ad runs. I'm gonna grab another drink, but I will be right back. Okay. I would also only anticipate one major system being overhauled. So maybe not a new planet, but definitely I think hard-coded might be the wrong word. But a lot of mods ignore quality because, well, they can choose what stats get quality. That's interesting. I have not seen that to be the case. Like, unless what you're talking about is it always a flat percentage increase? Like, is it always a... Oh, okay, so it's always... Legendary is always 2.5 times better. I see. Which is why these feel so OP. 2.5 times better, 16 plus 4. Yep. Okay, I see. Okay. Yeah, I could see that being the case. Making that tweakable would probably be nice. I could see that being a change. Yeah, I think that like I said, the biggest one that I've seen since day one is better ability to, I want to be able to tell a spaceship what I need on a planet. Being able to intelligently control the requests of a spaceship. I think would be my biggest request. I don't know how you do that. I guess you'd have to be a pull system. I'd also like them to expand out. Being able to transfer ship to ship would be nice. One of the technologies I will be able to get at some point is the ability to add a additional landing zone, so I know that that's possible. I just don't know what you gate that behind, because then it's just... Then moving things around your planet is as easy as shipping it up to space and dropping it back down onto a different spot on your planet, and that feels cheesy. It kind of negates the necessity for trains. Let me go. Let's finish what we were trying to finish here. Did we make another one of these? This is all we really... This is what we were working on. How many do I need? 100? Oh, we can just do this then. Thank you. All right. We're going to drop down a second one of those so it runs while we're on Corrundum, and then we can leave for Corrundum. And then we'll probably land there, check out what it's about, and then keep going. Go from there. Then probably end for the night, because like I said, I'm not feeling well, and you guys have been super talkative tonight. The night that I'm like, I want to be quiet because I'm tired. You guys have all been so talkative. Not that I mind. I appreciate it. Maybe I'm just more interesting when I'm sick. Should be sick more. Where the hell am I going? Right, we're going here. Alright. You're picking up from there. That's all well and good. Is this one done? Have we exhausted this mine? It's close to getting exhausted. I don't know many people other than streamers and content creators that have the rocket capacity to outstrip trains. True. I think us that are just going to do crazy things, but like really, who builds this other than a streamer or a content creator? This is designed for clipping. This is not designed for what am I going to do with this? What am I doing with 2 legendary plates per second? Science. That's what I'm doing. Uh, right. We need to take this and blueprint it, because this is the actual design for this. This is a... legendary Immersite Scrubber. Okay, we have everything that we need for this. That can die. Let's take this and just put this in game blueprints, because we won't ever need this beyond this game of Krastorio. Maybe I'll make sure to move them all before I make a big Krastorio. I'll make a big book of Krastorio ones that I can put up on my Discord when we're finally done. Blurp blurp blurp. Get rid of that one. It's just so I can move something over. We also need to clean up our inventory a little bit before we go. Oh, well, we'll have to, because we won't be able to take anything with us. Because we can't just teleport there. We have to make sure that our ship has a teleporter on it. But let's go drop down another one of these. This one? We can use this one and then just set... Oh, that's not a... That has a use case already. How much is that? 944. Where's the closest ones here? We have ones in the middle of the base. That one's not bad. That one's 1 million. That one's 1.2 million. We should probably do that one. We could do this one too. Let's do this one and we'll drop a train over here. So let's go... right here. Let's drop the train on this side. No, right here. Oop, stop! I don't have any of the modules in there yet. Need to get modules. then... It's funny when you drop something down and it just works faster than you had anticipated it even working. Alright, we gotta go back and get... Take me back to there, please. I need to go to Fulgora real quick to get legendary quality modules. Bring me my quality modules. So many. I've become a snob, guys. I don't want to actually do non-legendary modules. Actually, what I should do when we get back from Corrundum is set up the biter egg scrubber. That we can have better access to legendary quality module, legendary productivity modules now that we have a good source of blue circuits and red circuits. We have to fix coal first, though. Coal's less important. But while we're running around doing stuff, let's do this. Let's take a stop here. And pick up more legendary stone, since... Since the legendary stone always... We just make so much of it. These are set to stop when we get to 1,000,000. Or... This is set to stop. Wait, which one of these? This one's set to stop when we get to... Oh, shit. This is not the right number. Legendary stone. There. It's supposed to stop making stone when we get to 1,000,000 legendary stone, which would mean that this would stop... This will stop working. Because it'll get full. We'll get full on lava. Because this won't run. And then when that gets full, this gets full. And then that, we have one of these that's legendary calcite. When legendary calcite gets over 20k, these will stop running. So we won't just overproduce. We have over 1,000,000 legendary stone from this because goddammit, 4 calcite turns into 158 stone. That's just silly. Which basically means we have all of the between that the amount of on Gleba of iron and copper we've got, our ability to make circuits is only gated by our legendary coal. Legendary coal and the speed at which the Fulgora legendary recyclers work. Go hang out over Maluna, actually. Alright, now back to Novice. I love teleporters. I want these in the base game. Hour. One more hour. Okay, so now that's good. Oh, we're missing one epic productivity module. Do I not have any of these on the planet? Did I leave before you gave me any? Oh, you know what it might be, actually? It might be this. I might have over 1,000 of the other ones. Yeah, so it's not making... Okay, so let's go to Home North real quick and fix that problem. Don't want to turn you on until you're ready to get 360, which... Actually, will you get to 360 with a purple one? Not quite. Close enough. What we'll do is this. Oops. Home North. We very rarely go to Home North anymore. I forgot to turn off Home South, so it just blew through Home North to go to Home South. Well, here's what we'll do. You, sir, are actually going to be... to legendary quality modules is less than 500. And then what I'll do, let's have you are actually one that will turn off and kill the green modules. Oh, you know what? Actually, let's do this so that it stops trying to make more. Over 1,000. Here, you can have more of my green purple ones. Wait, you're not even a what? How many of these are not purple? Just that one not purple? The fuck? There. Hopefully we get some... Great, we got one. Oh, yep, the stream is starting to freak out anyway, so probably time to... The normal 10:30 freak out by my network. The old legacy elevated rail section from when before I had cliff explosives.
Mercenary mage.
Mercenary mage? Alright, we can totally do that. We're going to go to Corrundum first. Because I would like to do something other. It hasn't. Gets Jam was close to right. Anything to avoid going to other planets, except I'm not avoiding going to other planets. It's that I get embroiled in these projects because I don't want to go to the other planets off stream. And then stream becomes finishing up the projects I was working on prior to leaving the planet. And then I'm like, oh, well. We also redid this, so this is now working at... This now does 4 full lines of fully stacked 360 purple belts. Alright, let's go back, drop this off at Maluna. Actually, let's take a look at this. This probably needs almost out. Hopefully, Corrundum is a planet that we can drop things down onto immediately, which means we can leave at any time, because we'll have a teleporter right off the bat. And then we don't have to be stuck doing that entire project the entire time. We already got 4 of those, that's nice. Okay, so let me put down our... Oh, that's not a big enough one. Our gearbox. Turn off personal logistics. Dump all that into there. Along with my ammo. And let's head over to Corrundum. This is running, right? Feels like I haven't had any activity on this in a while, but also... It does take forever to run. Yep, it's going. Oh, you just dropped some off. Wait, am I missing something else? Maybe I'm missing something else. Hang on. Yeah, wait, what are we missing for this then? Yellow science, exploration science, ag science. Oh. Oh, you're looking at the wrong one. No, biorecycling tech cards, so why are you not... Do I have the... I guess, stupid, that's why... Because the ship is so old... We haven't been doing research because you have not been picking up from Rubia the other type of science. Okay. Here we go. Fly to our ship. We haven't been on our ship in forever. Excuse me for blowing my nose at you. Here we go. First trip to Corrundum. With my stream being all crappy. How far do we have to go? Volcanus to Rubia to Corrundum? Jesus, that's a long way. Oh, that's a short trip from Rubia, though. Why did you go to Volcanus first? 15. Oh, because it's really far. 15. 25. 30 if we go from Novice to Volcanus to Rubia to Corrundum. But 42 if we go direct from Rubia to Corrundum. Novice to Corrundum. Weird. Who's the Pelagos runner waiting for? Oh, you'll never get that. We've turned off science. Come back home. Excellent. Alright, we're going to land, and we'll spend 30 minutes here, and then we're out of here. Drop to planet. Corrundum. You have that, great. We have everything we need. Visit Corrundum. Do we have a primer on Corrundum? No, this planet does not have a primer, which I think is weird. Oh, great. It wants to strike me with lightning. I see. Got sort of a Fulgora soundtrack to it. Sulfur ore. Oh, we could probably. Only 1 million. We would run through that pretty quick. Calcite. Chalcopyrite. What do we have to do? Iron and copper. So let's get some chalcopyrite. Chalcopyrite. Chocolate pyrite. Yum. Okay, first things first. Since we can drop stuff down on this planet, before we do anything, let's figure out, okay. Find platinum ore into bars. Do we have platinum ore available to us anywhere? Is it just mine platinum, or is it actually make Yeah, mine entity platinum ore. Alright, well, we gotta find some platinum ore. Also, what is the solar like here? 250 in space. Almost none in atmosphere. I guess we have to find some platinum. Oh, platinum ore? Does platinum ore exist? Or am I barking up the wrong tree? Oh. Petroleum tiles. Source of petroleum gas. That's cool. What's up, It's Kick? We're almost done for the evening. Another half hour. How's your day going? Platinum ore. Okay, so we just have to find platinum ore? Have I seen any and just not noticed? Yeah, down here. Okay. Found a little bit of it down there. I'm guessing it's going to be around the edges of these lakes only. Or at least know what color I'm looking for. Okay, this brown stuff. Okay. Oh, big patch of it there. Alright. Let's just survey the area. Oh, actually, we don't have to do that. Oh, you know what? I don't think our... Does the Venture still have a radar on it? It does not. There's a world where we go get a radar, but... Oh, I heard lightning. Oh, I should turn back on my mini-map. I'm sick. I'm exhausted. I had a full day of work yesterday. I had to go to a client till 11 o'clock at night to help them set up some new rental systems, and I was not feeling good yesterday, and I woke up this morning wiped out, and I was going to sit down to play at around 7, and I was like, you know what, I'll just hop on stream, because I didn't stream yesterday. But I'm tired, and the stream is starting to crap out anyway, so we're going to be done here in a bit. I'm just trying to scout out where I want to drop down our base core on this one, because Corrundum looks like it's going to be fairly straightforward, although I should probably grab some lightning rods. Actually, that's a great idea. Wait, can I put lightning rods on this planet, or do I have to do some stupid special lightning rod? Nope, we can. Okay. Go pick me up 100 of these. Whew. That's too far north. Yeah, I'm now just sort of running around in circles here. Surveying the region. Alright, so... that's the biggest platinum ore we found. That gives me a platinum ore near the lake, near some sulfur. A giant sulfur... wow, that one's 1 million. But bigger. And then some calcite here. So I think our base is going to go right here. Unless something amazing shows up here. We'll go to this platinum ore and go straight down. Oh, there's a... so that platinum ended up being bigger than it let on. Let's just expose the whole ore patch so I can see how much it is. Okay, cool. Another nice little patch. A little close to this other stuff, though. Yeah. Definitely up here. Let's just expose all this. Okay. Yeah. So... yeah, try restarting, freshing the stream. It might help. But it's a little slow. Stream's kind of crappy today. Let's go further to the right here and see what's further this way, since we're going to use that platinum ore patch. Just see if I want to be to the left or the right of it. There's a sulfur patch and another sulfur lake. Alright, so let's put our center of our base. I have a hunch we're going to do a lot of production here for some reason. Because it looks very normal. So let's just set up the core. Let's see if I set it up there, then I'm at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Sounds about right. I would restart the stream, but I'm not going to restart the stream because I'm about to end it. Okay, let's just get our Machines is perfect, right? Yeah. Right, that's actually centered where it's supposed to be. Yeah. Except we'll also have to put in, actually we need to do, this planet we need to use these city blocks. Okay, the first thing is turn that off now. First thing I need you to drop down are these, followed by these, and these, and that, and that, and where is the, and that. Okay, where are you dropping them down? Where did this stuff land? Thank you. Took you forever to land on the planet. Oh. Crap. Oh, I guess it really doesn't matter. Let's just drop this stuff down by hand. Yes, I don't have any bots with me, which is annoying. Managed to achieve nothing at work today. Sent one email all day. Nice. I had a similar thing. I worked all day yesterday and then was supposed to do some tech for the deployment, and then they were too busy to do any of the tech. Oh, that's It's Kick's job. It's Kick's job is to make sure nothing happens. That's what he was telling me the other day. He was unsure what his role was, and then it was like, apparently my role is to just make sure nothing happens. Nothing breaks. My Friday is an hour away. And we will be, as soon as we get this set up with our teleporter, we will be out of here. We'll be outie 5,000. think this one is going to need... I'm going to need some of these here, aren't I? Now we're just waiting on lightning to strike. Alright, this generates a tiny amount of power. Oh, right. I have to actually go to a ship. Because those don't have... Ugh. Where's all the lightning at? Lightning storming like crazy earlier. other side. Is it ever worth making these? Oh yeah, the lightning reach goes way up. And the efficiency goes up. Not that the efficiency really matters, the lightning charges it pretty well. If there's ever any goddamn lightning. It's okay. One of the things we're going to do on this planet to do power, to make sure that we just have power, is since this is just petroleum gas, we're just going to bring over a metric fuck ton of gas power stations and just burn, baby, burn. Trouble there, sweetie? There you go. Switch on the floor so you can stretch out a bit. There you go. If we can ever get lightning to strike. There we go. I saw lightning. Thank you. Okay, fine. 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 Want to play that game? We'll play that game. Drop those down. Where are my offshore pumps? There should be some on here. Drop those down. Gas generators. No, none. Okay, so then do this. Get me some gas generators. We'll just Oh, finally. Thank you. Never mind. Come back. Actually, you can go pick up base basics again, but we can just leave. Give me gas generators. Let's first just pick up all of our... Oh, I'm not to there, to Luna. Grab our stuff. Thank you. I can get rid of all of this, though. I don't need to be carrying any rail stuff right now. Don't need to be carrying... Probably need those miners, but... Good lord, I am Struggling. All right. All right. We're saving. We're going. Thank you for coming by. YouTube, like and subscribe. Uh, we'll have more episodes starting probably tomorrow. I might do another one tomorrow. Not